What's some bullshit mystery? I'm sorry. My ring light just fell. So I can't hear or see you guys right now, other than on my phone. Just found out from a coworker that coworker got to keep his job. Yeah, that is some bullshit. I'm gonna chew his kneecaps. And he's coming back to that building? Oh my god. Okay, I fixed it. They're gonna post exterior of the building. Good. Not allowed to work public entry. Good. It sounds like they're trying to keep him away from you. Okay, there's that. General events, Cult of the Lamb, individual events, game, public mention. He and I will almost never see each other. Good. I will fight your workplace if they decide to. Sorry, I'm a little scrambled. Everything just fell at the same time. Didn't lose his job. This isn't the first time he's acted like this, so to speak. Hopefully, they're just building the appropriate paper trail. Ew. Fuck. Okay, I will do that, Neko. Okay, I'm gonna leave that up there because I'm pretty sure Neko's just gonna redeem it again. But, yep. There we go.
Lizard.
Okay, now that I'm no longer muted. Hi. Mystery is elderly. Fuck. Okay, now that I can talk again. Gotta get my bangs out of my face. There we go. Mystery, your follower is elderly. You're an old man now, Mystery. How do you feel? I said teehee. Teehee, Neko. I'm just waiting for the Ascend follower thing to be ready for Mystery, because Mystery deserves a nice... Oh, how's Neko sick? Neko, go to bed. Damn it, Neko. Oh, I don't have enough lumber for regular beds, too. But that won't matter in a second. I'm just frustrated with life and the BS. I feel you, Mystery. I'm sorry. Clean up after y'all. No wonder Neko got sick. Also, Neko, you ate somebody last stream. That's also not surprising that you're sick. They tasted good? It was silent. There's Dorito. Dorito's done shitting himself. I'm crying in the corner. I don't know why Epic wants permission to do things right now. You're bed resting. I should have enough flowers to heal them, actually. Fine. Neko. Neko's priority. Kill a deer. Do this. I have 2 pings on Discord. Oh, it's my social pings. What's worse, Neko, is I can't bring them back. Like, I thought I could... Like, where you were cursed, I thought I could, like, bring them back. I went to, and I couldn't. But they're just gone. And you ate somebody mildly important. Hey, I'm not stinky. I showered today. And I'm being squished. On to bingo. Both the channel points, because Neko kind of did that. Neko bullied me with the no voice. I've had a cat on my desk. I have a snack. Wherever that one is. And I'm gonna give you a scuffed and muted, because I had to mute for the Neko thing. And scuffed because my ring light fell at the very beginning of stream. Yay, we got another talisman. Mystery, I'm just killing time until I can sacrifice you. Pilgrim's Passage. Oh, that one little pop. Oh, there I am. It's just gonna be me to you in a second. Hey, we got the axolotl. There's an axolotl on the pink. There's is an axolotl supposed to be there? Da 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 da. Dissent, mutiny, revolt. I'm making you young again, mystery. I'm doing this for your health. Alright. My ritual cooled down enough. Unless you fuck up again. Listen, Neko's a special case. Neko likes to munch on things. Why do I feel like the chomp emote's gonna be Neko's new favorite? Alright, crown. Make it use a talisman. Yep, there you go. I don't like what the purple one does. So I'm gonna switch back to the regular one. Rituals. Has it cooled down yet? Yep, it has. Alright, mystery. There you go, sir. You are being sacrificed. Herb stomping your life alert button. There, guys, we can make mystery soup now. Jesus, everybody was about to level up. Everybody was like, it's mystery. Alright, let's declare some doctrines and then we'll bring mystery back. Work and worship. We'll do faithful for you guys. You have no crusader now? I will in a minute. I'm just gonna declare these warriors asleep so you don't get a say as the crusader. Oh, cool down. Fuck, I need bones. And that's a ritual for bingo. Alright, let's get some bones so we can bring Mystery back. And we also need some wood to make some more beds. Or like upgrade to the shared bedding. Yeah, sorry y'all, you don't get your own bed here. Not enough room in the cult for you all to... Ooh, tarot cards. Can't blame the CC coins. Oh, can't claim? Is it giving you a reason? It says for me you received 100. Like just now, as I tapped into it. But I can restart the session real quick and see if... Alright, there you go, Mystery. That should fix it. Like, the 51? I'm so confused. Neko, if you are still here, I'm sorry to call you out of lurking, first of all. Second of all, can you see if crowd control's working for you? Because it looks like it's working on my end. Because I believe you, Mystery. I just want to see if Neko has anything going on. Neko! Are you trying to starve yourself? Although it didn't give me the notification. Okay, so Neko was able to claim the coin, so maybe refresh Mystery, that way you can... I need a lot more bones, aren't I? Ooh, tarot card, tarot card. You know, that's one thing I miss having. So for those of you who don't know, I am actually pagan. I'm very lazy with my practice. Unfortunately. And I used to have some tarot cards. I have told Morg this story before. I think it said it in Morg's chat, actually. But I stopped using them for a while, my tarot cards for a while, because the week before the pandemic, I would do readings for my friends, just not even randomly, just kind of semi-regularly. They thought it was cool. And every draw I did that week, I got the tower card, no matter how much, like, this thing would come flying out of my fucking deck. It actually hit me in the face for one of them. And the last day I was like, okay, if I get the tower again, I'm just gonna buy a new deck. Like, this one's obviously served its purpose. I get the tower. I'm frustrated. Oh god. What was that? My abusive ex actually ended up, like, throwing that deck away behind my back. Which is really sad because as soon as I was able to afford one again, they went out of business. So I can no longer buy that deck again. And it was really, really pretty. Like, it was black with, like, hollow foil all over it. And I pulled like I said, I pulled the tower. And I think it was like 2 days later, I was sitting in my first year, like, freshman class that we had to take, spring semester. We all get the email that we're going home for an extended spring break, and I was just like, well, shit. That's what it was. Went back to my dorm, and my deck was gone, so. My deck literally pulled the biggest, no, fuck you, I tried to warn you. So I love having, like, tarot cards in games, and I wish I had more. And that does count for story time. Stars. We did find followers, technically. I have 36 brain cells. Alright, let's see. That's so weird it didn't work. Hang on. Refund this effect. End session. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if this fixes it. Because it should have played that. Okay. Crowd control. Launch game. Alright, Neko should have gotten his coins back. There we go. Everybody their blessings. Calibrate VTube Studio for a second. They all look tired. My faith's not low. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Ah, shit. I do have a little It Was Me redeem if you guys would like to claim your follows. Alright. No. Who's stealing from another cult member? Or is no. Oh, Zapar is... Ow. Alright, that for now. Wake you up. Interact. Go to prison. And there we go. We'll just let Dorito break him out. Hi, Weber. Y'all ever get like really bad dry skin to the point your ankles like are sore? I have that happen so badly. Alright, I'll come get your breakfast. Now we'll release Jenna. Well, no. Alright. Do I have stuff for the crown? No, I don't. But we can give a sermon. I swear. Oh, we have another elderly person to sacrifice. Alright, bet. Right as I say that, mystery. Is it because she saw Zapar is elderly? And Elegos? Oh yeah, I need to bring Mystery back. I forgot to do that. I went to get the bones and got distracted. What's funny, Mystery, is for me, that popped up right as I said it, because there is a delay from when I say something to what you guys respond, or hear it. Hey, you're back now. You're back now. You're alive again, and you're young again. Be grateful to the cult leader. Although, where are you? Y'all really just have to shit in one spot. Why are you all shitting so much? Alright. Bed rest. Sorry, I had a phone call and missed that. I was just complaining about y'all shitting in one spot. It's like community shit pile. Listen, I will build you guys outhouses as soon as I have enough beds for you all. Right now, some of y'all are rotating out of beds. I know you don't like sharing. I will leave those to get more wood. So what are you gonna, since you can't curb stomp? Let you die of old, we'll let them die of old age, take the faith hit, and then start curb stomping again? Hi, Mystery. What do you need? Mystery wants decorations. How long's the timer on for the Donathon or the curb stomp? Oh, there's so many of you. Which timer? Wait, chat, did we make the mods all sleep in the same house? Or do we give the mods their own beds and everybody else sleeps in the same house? That's the real question here. I just want to help you guys build. Oh, damn. Y'all are really shitting a lot today. Is this what happens when I feed you? That's the par. I think that's all 3 mods that are in game right now. If you're talking about curbs, like the curb stomping timer mystery, let me see. It says for the remainder of the round or 5 minutes. So I can curb stomp now, but to be on the fair side, I'm gonna wait until that elderly follower dies of their own volition. Because, yeah, you guys got me for another 18.5 hours. Look at the mods. Didn't hear that again. 5 minutes or remainder of the round, but to be fair, I'm gonna go ahead and wait until that one follower dies. Old age. But look at the mods, aren't they cute? Gonna bleat in Neko's ear all night. Poor Neko's not gonna get any sleep around here. So who did I basically kill? Eligos and Zapar. Yelling in Neko's ear. Alright, let's go get those flowers for one of our followers. Somebody's apparently wooing somebody else. Can the game stop giving me hammers? Ophi, please move. I have a cat in front of my screen right now, chat. If my tracking goes wonky, her tail is like right in the middle of it. If I just keep banning curb stomping, at some point I will pause the redeem. At some point I will. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I know you guys wouldn't make me. Y'all are good and listen when I tell you no more. Great timing by complete accident. Hehe. I will hydrate. Thank you, Mystery. I love how we're an hour in and y'all finally redeemed first. Mystery, you're gonna let the ghosties out. Yep, there they go. Why are you letting all the ghosties out, Mystery? And I'm handcuffed. That's what I feed you guys. It's radioactive shrimp from Walmart. There we go. That took a while. Oh, there we go. Move it, Ophi. Get off my desk. 1 second, chat. Ophi is being a big pain. Get. Hey. Ophi, that's not nice. Hmm. Wrong controller. You know what? I'm a jerk. I'll sacrifice myself. I love how the lamb looks so angry. Like, how dare you kill me? Sophie? I swear this cat is going to be the death of me. She keeps walking in front of my monitor, which I can't look over off to my right monitor because there's a delay. But she has been doing this all day. And I have been petting her most of today. Obviously not enough. But she's having one of her clingy days and it's... If not you two, I beg you of you guys, please stop. I'm about to shut my door and be like, alright, no cats in here for the rest of the stream. Damn. There we go. Let's see what's over here. Hopefully it's a better ability. Oh, that's actually a big, like... a big jump in damage. That spot on my ankle is so dry. It is very itchy. Oh, Zapar died of old age. There we go. I have less stone or less... I have less stone. Return to the cult. I'm sorry, Morg, but you're in my way. Or Morg is just like, I gotta puke, but I want to talk to this person. But the cult leader interrupted me. Whichever one of you keeps shitting out money, I highly appreciate you. Bedros. We're gonna do Inspire because I don't like bullying you guys too much. Then we'll turn around and immediately, like, sacrifice somebody else. Oh, I'm just like 11 bones short. Actually, wait. I do need to build you guys a morgue. Oh, I still have more divine inspiration. There we go, we have spider. I'm gonna start building this. I'll make you guys food in the morning. For once, I'll feed y'all. You're perfectly capable of feeding yourselves. Oh, Thorns reached old age again. Time for a sermon. So am I alive again? Yeah, I rezzed you a while ago, Mystery. I just came back. Yeah, right after you, well, right when you called the curb stomping thing, I was rezzing you. I have to go get more bones just to... Here, let me feed y'all and then I'll do the fasting thing so you're not fasting while you're already hungry. Wasn't catching everything? Yeah, you're alive. You're right here. Alright. Fire. Collect that loyalty reward. So that one mystery won't work right now because I'm not using the Twitch extension because I can't use both it and the Cult of the Lamb one. Ah, I'm being licked. Refund that one, complete the rest. I've been licked. Devotion Harvest Totem. Leader tank, healing bat, the outhouse. Rip. Let me check something real quick. Oh damn, it is a DLC for the stuff I was thinking of. Alright, now I gotta go perform the fasting ritual, which I don't think I have enough bones for either. Yep, I do not have enough bones for that. We're gonna go get some bones. Oh, Calamar's scared of us. Scared of little old me. Why does that look like the Halo sword? No. Jesus, that was fast. There we go, we get some bones. Ow. Do. wonder if the Calamar fight's gonna be any easier than I remember. Because so far, Leshy was much easier. Hecate was way harder. There we go. It probably took more of my health than I wanted it to. Only 2 hearts. It's not super bad. Plus, I do have the thing. If I end up needing it, I can sacrifice one of you guys to avoid perishing. Oh, I should have went the great path. Hi, Banana. How was you? Any blurb sound of me burping? That tracks. I don't think I could get my mic to pick that up if I tried. So I'm pretty good. Heck yeah. Oh, there goes the Kofi bot. How are you doing? I'm doing good. It's been a very laid-back day. Right now we're just getting some bones for a ritual. Turns out Calamar is afraid of little old me. And is trying to hide. Draw a tarot card. I'm gonna increase the curse damage. I saw shiny. I'm going for shiny. There we go. Gonna take all the rocks and grass. And all the bones, because people don't leave their... Well, people leave their dead bodies around. Okay. Shimura, this isn't your domain. Please take your lovely design back to... Yeah. Go back. Another halo-looking sword. Got a bunch of fish. Wonder what this is. Oh. That was a nice chunk of money. Go take his stuff and just go on the next area. Ooh, attack rate increased. Hell yes. Oh, and Arna has died. Hopefully somebody will put Arna's body in the morgue. What to do? There's a weapons place. Goodbye to the halo-looking sword. Hmm. Yeah, we'll do the blast. I like the knockback from it. Off to fight Calamar. What's Calamari? I think I can chop him up tiny enough to give to you guys. Fight to the fish. You'll learn your place. No, you will be put on a plate. Do not understand, Lamb. Heed my warning and stay away. It sounds like you're just scared of me, Calamar. It sounds like you're just scared. And how about you get good? Oh, if only I was nice. Well, had a gun. That would be nice. There we go. I remember him being a lot more of a pain before. Whew. Ow. Burnt my tongue. Oh, bit my tongue when I sneezed. Ugh. Oh, what about my name? Sir, I'm gonna keep you as a fuzzy little follower. You are getting cut down to size. God, y'all don't really clean up after yourselves. That's okay, that's what I'm here for. Indoctrinate you. Hmm. Okay. I don't know if Mega's here, but I'm gonna make this one Mega. Yes, I do view Mega as a bunny. Fluffy bunny. You need to be on bed rest, Mousy. Damn, Dorito just puking on me like that. Now we'll just go ahead and...
Hey, listen.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Hi, how is you? Welcome in. We're just doing some Cult of the Lamb for the Donathon. Kind of waiting around till about 8 o'clock EST, and then we'll try out the Horse Girl game. There was somebody who specifically wanted to be here for it, and they're not going to be here till 8, so... You're just showing on my new phone case. What about you? Doing good. I'm just Cult of the Lamb. My friend. Well, I hope they like your new phone case. Also, that is such a cute little leafy on. Yes, the tarot cards back aside from Faz. Heck yes. I used to play a lot of Faz. Alright, ritual fast for the quest, and then we'll curb stomp an elderly. A follower. Got it in Phasma a few months ago. Heck yeah. I haven't really played it since January. I know there's a lot new in it. It's just, I got burnt out on it. I streamed it for a good hot minute. What is this? Everything's different. Yeah, I did a few videos on the roadmap up for the update. There's your word loyalty and devotion. I don't know if I can feel their sin. Yeah, one of my regulars, Suni, asked me to play soon. So I think I'm gonna reinstall. I won't stream it, but I'll probably play with him after stream one night. Oh! Here, you are their god. They just got even more frustrating and confusing. I'm sorry. Hard fighting teammates for it. Yeah. These followers and harvest their sin, which can be used. Rituals, opening the drink house, and dancing at the drum circle. Hopefully. Oh, hello. Alright, chat. Do we want the Rite of Lust, which is followers compete in a naughty naked dance, select your favorite dancer to receive sin, or I'm gonna go, I just can't right now. I'm sorry, Mystery. If you need to DM me, please do. I hope you feel better. And the other one's Rite of Wrath. Let your followers indulge in havoc and violence. Select the Wrath leader to receive sin. I feel like we're more of a flirt. I don't know if you're a guy or a girl, but good luck. I am a girl. I have a deeper voice where I have PCOS, which is polycystic ovarian syndrome, which is a hormonal disorder, sadly. But I am a girl. So good luck. Thank you. Oh. I meant Mystery? Whoopsie. I get that a lot, though. That's why. But Mystery is a dude. He hangs around here a lot. I do Rite of Lust. I do have a Discord server. Heck yeah. I would send it in general pics personally. Let's do Thalios. Turn for more to be consumed, but you have granted me redemption. Now I'm at peace again. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not picking any of the mods for that, ever. Oh, we can upgrade the temple now? Oh god, I didn't realize everybody would stay naked. Okay, we've got that. Oh god, everybody's still naked. I fucked up, chat. So I just did a Rite of Lust thinking it was just, you know... Where's the new building? Oh, I need 15 planks and 1 grape. But, like, I thought they would go back to their normal outfits right after. No, you're good. I don't know anything about the new thing, but you see how they all have leaves on them? I thought they would go back to wearing their cult robes after the Rite of Lust. But god, the elderly's still here. I gotta go curb stomp an elderly person. I forgot about that ritual. Also, this is your... I love how this is your first impression of me, is curb stomping an elderly person. Pabre, do I have anyone else? Thoron. So I have a thing that's like, if I let a follower die of natural causes, like old age, I get a negative hit to my faith. But if I curb stomp them while they're still alive, but elderly, I get a bonus. As long as it's not IRL, it's not IRL. Help take care of Mama Lunar. That would be very problematic if I did. There is a Ghosty channel redeem. It is, in fact, the Ghosty you're thinking of, too. Oh, Neko and Weber have become friends. Ow. One sec, chat. My ring light decided to attack. It's 12:55 a.m. And get sleep if you need it. You don't have to stay up to watch stream. There are VODs. But it is the Faz Ghosty noise. I was doom scrolling. That's fair. Yeah, Ghosty. Who I'm saying now. Good. You were in this cult now. Like I said, I don't stream a lot of Faz anymore, but I like having the little hiss. Back when I did stream Faz, I had that as a pranking me thing. I'd get all the mods. And then there's Mega. I need to move Mega. Hmm. Oh, so you stream horror too? Yeah, I do. I usually do DBD, and I've just been on a little bit of a variety kick lately. Also, hi Suni. Suni, I might have found you a friend. Suni here loves Faz and is the one that I was saying that I was gonna do the anniversary stuff with later. Stealth Ghost right above you. They have a Faz phone case. A chair, a card phone case. Yeah. Hi, Suni. How is you? Here's landing my first ever job. Heck yeah. Proud of you for landing your first job. My noter is old now, okay. Splendid vegetable feast. I did one game with Az earlier and then ended up taking a nap. There are some interesting channel redeems. Yeah, we're a little sussy here. I'm gonna redeem one. Go ahead. Oh, that's the one I currently have on stealth. Splendid vegetable feast. What do I need for that? Yep, that's my current one. 6 beets, 2 pumpkins. Oh, well, damn. I can refund your points. I have the point thingy up already. There you go. You should have gotten your points back. This 1 AM actions be hitting hard. Well, it's also kind of hard to see that it's a, bikini because I've got the, sticky notes over it. Okay, I need to go get beetroot. Yeah, the sticky notes are donos for the Donothon. Give me this fennec. I'm just gonna yoink. Yeah, it just puts up a little gif of SpongeBob licking my face. That one's not too sussy. Ooh, we got a gun. Yeah, we got a gun. Straight from Walmart. Fun little fact, I actually drew those. Interesting routine, damn it. Yeah, I made it because the radioactive shrimp from Walmart was stuck in my head. Better than drawing than me. It's not that good. It's just a little shrimpy. I will hydrate though, thank you. Since we're in ads, I'm gonna go ahead and grab a drink. So I will be right back. I am back. Yeah, of course. Chat tends to call me Loon, Lunar, Cult Mommy, variety of things. And add me on Steam too. I actually keep my Steam private. If we do end up playing fast together, there is a way to add, like, join without having somebody added as a friend. I mostly do that for stream reasons, because I have had people hijack stream before from my friends list. That is the only reason I say no. Now, if I get to know you better, then absolutely. Not that kind of person, but I respect it. Yeah, it's just to be on the safe side, because if I add one person I don't know very well, other people will be like, well, you added them and not me. Did it watch till the end of the stream? If you need to conserve your data, conserve your data. There will always be VODs. And I do upload my VODs to YouTube, so... Yeah, that's accurate, D20. That is very accurate. Well, I did join the Discord server. Heck yeah! We always love having new folks in the server. I am not good with guns. It's hard to aim, but damn does it feel nice. The streamer not worried about using my data to watch the stream. No worries. I mean, there is always later. I promise you there is later streams. Oh, perfect. This is exactly what I needed. Come before the end of the stream, so it's okay. Heck yeah. Brenna has reached old age. Okay. Get my Steam friend code real quick. Heck yeah. I should make, now that I think about it, I should make an LFG channel for you guys. How is you, Luna? I'm doing good. It was a lazy day, but it's been a good day. And like, I know a couple folks don't actually know why we're doing the Donathon. Just so you guys know, TikTok streamer, but I don't stream often. Heck yeah. I have so many streams too, just also not often. One who rates is known by the name Narinder. He grew discontent with his role being under question. He was gluttonous in his ambition. Loved him for it, I lost my mind for it, he lost his freedom. Your own turned against you, would you like to find on Twitch? Yeah, but not a whole lot. Oh, yeah, so... And this is not me pressuring anybody to donate. I just know folks don't really see the announcements tab all that often in my Discord. So, Mama Lunar storage unit is very behind. I don't know how. I just took over for her this month on how, like, doing her finances. And between this, spark driving, and plasma donation, that is how I'm trying to help my mom out. We are actually $40 oh no! Mystery! I have to fight Mystery? No, no, Mystery, please. Please, Mystery. Don't make me do this. No. Got my job to help out my parents as well? Heck yeah. So both Mama Lunar and I are disabled, but I've only been out of work because I didn't have a car. Just got a car. And right now we're $40 away from, as I was saying, from getting her completely caught up, back into her unit and all that. I made goals up to... We aren't friends on Steam, Lunar. I see how it is. You have never asked to add me, Suni. We have always done the Faz thing. Like the invite code. You I know well enough to add on Steam. Because I know you're not gonna... You know the rules for being on stream. I mean... Also, it's on Steam. So... Anyways... $40 away from getting Mama Lunar's unit caught up completely. Oh no, I died. Fuck. Which completely gets her away. I did do the goals up to $100 over what we need just to cover any potential PayPal fees. And just to be on the safe side. So, that's why we're doing the Donathon. We're $25 away from me doing an Alien Isolation stream. At 50, so 250 total. Is I showed you guys my childhood YouTube account without taking it away anything. Well, anything. So I am terrified of Alien Isolation. I've never played the game, but watching other people play it has scared me to death. And that is something chat has been asking me to play for a while. So, much like later when Tanner gets here, I will be playing the Horse Girl game. I think it's Uma Musume. I don't know the name of it very well. That's the stream of me playing it. Will I play it more often? No. Yep. I don't even like going against the Xenomorph in DBD. I do have it from my Steam family library, so it's not like I need to buy it. I've never played DBD. I like it, but it is not a game for casual gamers. I say that because it is very hard to learn. I still struggle learning it. Oh, I should have made this one morgue. Following and dying light pursuits. Honestly, are you good at like strategy but also real time? Yeah, that should have been Morg. That so should have been Morg's follower. Follower form. Oh, we get a raccoon now. So with DVD, you have on survivor or killer side, you have to choose your perks. You have to choose your loadout for like item, like what item you bring, add-ons for that item, or if you're the killer, just what add-ons you bring for your powers. It's a asymmetrical horror game.
Hey, listen.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Is there a stealth build? Yes, there is stealth builds on DB. Okay, why is bingo still not going off? I've also not been playing a whole lot of DBD lately because of my internet. My type of the build helps it's the name. Yeah, there are some characters where their perks are solely based off around creeping around and being quiet, so you don't get detected. Alright. Creative in the stealth type. I'm horrible at stealth games. Hedonist. Here. There you go. Get your own little follower in the cult. And Suni gets one too. Yeah, it's a fennec fox. And then we made Suni a bear. It would be the Twitch extension, but I'm using crowd control and the Twitch extension don't play nice. So we're gonna leave this one. Coward. Oh. We got another follower that'll just shit themselves if I run too close. Let's see. Was that a... Da, da, da. I need to become daytime. Ooh, crowd control. Heck yeah, I love using it because y'all seem to really like it. One of you left me grapes in the offering bowl, and I am forever grateful for that. Alright. There's that quest done. Gonna kill some spiders till morning. Alright. Alright, whose shelter collapsed? Says there's no session? That's weird. Hang on. There you go. I had to restart the session. Correct. Big gift. Bonus resources. Just inspire you all. Alright, I need more real quick. Morgie. Come here. Gold necklace. My own Foxer to me. It does it to me whenever I'm in a run. That one I would hold off on until I'm actually like doing a dungeon run. Alright, let's send... Take a hammer, I'm a heavy stealth guy. Wait, where's Mystery? Oh yeah, I had to fight Mystery. I need to bring him back. What's that? Always start with a blunderbuss. Ooh. See, I like being like not exactly stealthy, but stealthy at the same time. Like if I can stand in front of you and pickpocket you at the same time, I am very happy with that. I don't care if it's small, fast little stabs. I will take the multiple stabbing to kill something versus the one. But I also like magic, so if I could combine magic and rogue, I would. Summoner, you can watch your little minions attack while you stand on a rooftop. See, I also like getting some of my own punches in, that's the downside. Okay, we've got 3 elderly to curb stomp. But we also have to bring Mystery back. Okay, there's that. Rituals. Resurrection. I am using a controller right now. Alright, here comes Mystery. Let's hope Mystery's not cursed. Pull the RB for page switching. Yeah, I normally play with PC, like my keyboard and mouse, but it said this time that it was controller recommended, so I'm gonna try it. To send one of the elderly ones, and I should have enough to also make somebody fight the other elderly person. Controller to play my one Lego game on PC. I like playing certain games with controller. Now, if it's like Rivals or like a different, like some of my FPS games, I can't. But if it's like this, it's a simple like roguelite, I'm good. Alright, let's see. An otter. And just for the memes, we're gonna make Mystery do the curb stomping. Oh no. Mystery got his ass kicked. Other games on Steam, if you only use the keyboard, no mouse, not involved, even in the menu screen. Yeah, that would be one. Oh, I guess I get to find a way to unalive that one. Bunny's tight, so I got a job. Honestly, I got mine for like 25 bucks. It's just a regular Xbox controller. But I also got mine a few years ago, so I don't know if they went up in price since then. It's expensive as hell now, though. I'm sorry. I should also mention I am in the States, yeah. Alright. I'm in South Africa. Ooh, yeah, that is quite a bit away. I'm gonna play some Knuckle Bones real quick. I know I need to go collect more bones for rituals, but it's not letting me. I'm not gonna be able to play versus Twitch chat with the crowd control on. Make a bet. Hop off of Twitch now, save data, have fun, stream until I get back. Thank you for being here. Oh god, my nose is getting stuffed up. Ratel, that's mean. That's mean, buddy. Also, Ghost, I just want to say I was not talking to you when I said that was mean. I was talking about my opponent here. That was doubly mean. I will be right back, chat. I'm gonna go get my nasal spray. Who Pedro'd me while I was taking allergy meds? Silent. Silent, did you have to turn me into a maid and Pedro me? Oh, then again, Silent's probably at work, so. Oh, I forgot to call the hydrate. Gotten off track a couple times. I did die. And I did have to sacrifice y'all. Pedro. We did gain a follower. Da-da-da. Well, I'm a maid now. Let me get the sticky notes put back on. Item scene. Dono. There you guys go. There's your sticky notes. Da-da-da, da-da-da. That was my 3, sir. Hey, Flinky. What the fuck? I'll take your 2s instead, buddy. That's a bingo thing, too. Which, those of you who are new here, we do have bingo down in the panels. If you're on mobile, it's on like the little extensions thing above chat. It is free to play. You don't really get anything rewards-wise for playing it, but it is there. Oh, that hurts. Elfie, can you get off my lap, please, or no? Well. You're getting those 15 coins back. Oh, that was rude, Flinky. Fuck. Flinky. What the hell? Hey, why is it not letting me play Knucklebones? Might just be me being deaf. I don't hear game audio. It might just be really quiet for you, Morg. But let me double check. Game screen. Can you hear it now? It should be very quiet, but it's still there. Because the area that I was in didn't have audio. Background music, I'm just barely hear it. Okay. That is what I was aiming for it. But I did turn it up for you. If you want me to turn it up more, just let me know. That should be... So where is your follower? There you are. Oh, you're right next to Weber and Neko. No, I didn't want you, Weber. Come back here. Let me see. I'm probably just gonna have to get you to do something other than worship right now. Alright, there we go. Let me follow you. There we go. Now you can see it. There's a plant in the way. There you go. It doesn't have the Twitch name because I had to switch to crowd control instead of the official extension, but I think that's what I did. I got another follower form right after I made yours. And then I was like, Morg would like that one so much better. Let me find that follower.
Hey, listen.
Ah, thank you for the follow. Who's exhausted? Oh god, Weber's fighting somebody. I don't see where Weber is. Oh, there they are. Weber, why are you crying? Yes, we'll recruit the starving followers. You... Go sleep. Yeah, this is what I was saying. I was like, Morg would like that so much more. Then the other one is this purple one right here. Why did one of my ring light? Go. Now that I can talk again, Neko, did you enjoy me serenading you? Did you enjoy the bleeding in your ear all night long? Since I couldn't speak. I need to ritual of the harvest. That's gonna be more effective for us. The hee though is being sassy, huh? Yeah. I'm always sassy, you know this. I need to recalibrate my tracking. Just because one of my ring lights died. Well, it died because the charger it's on's kinda fucked. Fuck! I'm breaking my vow of silence to say thank you for the food. Alright, I can talk again. Hi, chat. I'm just waiting for it to hit again. I'm just waiting for Neko to hear my voice and be like, hell no. Neko, are you behaving now? Did you enjoy me serenading you with the goat instead of the lamb? I mean, if you want me to. What? Oh, somebody died of old age. Son of a bitch. No, we're gonna harvest the meat instead. I mean, if you want me to, hee hee. I'm so confused. I'm going back to the lamb. It's not fun for other people when I am silent, though. That's my big thing. It also always happens right when we get a follow or something. So I can't thank them, and it hurts. Can I find something to raise your guys' faith real quick? They're about to start dissenting. Here's what we can do. Bonfire, and then I can drug you guys. Alright guys, come get your drugs. Alright, one last scrub through, make sure there's no... Oh. Hi, Tiff. Thank you for walking on my keyboard, Tiff. Oh, I should be able to re-indoctrinate some. That means I can change Morg's follower. I'm sorry, Stealth, if you are still here. I'm sorry. You asked for this. Hi, Tiff. Alright. Collect this, collect that. What do I need to... upgrade? Need some stone and some gold. Alright, y'all should be fine for a few days. By you. Yoink. I swear, if I start with a blunderbuss again. Nope, it's worse. It's a hammer. that? Well. I don't know why that one randomly died, but it did. Ow. Hi, Tiff. What are you doing? Oh, that's what Tiff had to say, apparently. How's the game? It's going good, Hollow. How have you been? How is you? Change how I'm sitting. Oh, there we go. Me is struggling. I'm sorry. Hopefully things get better. Hey, Mystery. Welcome back. How was you? Yeah, I just got 4 exams in 1 week. Holy shit. Luck. Not great. I'm sorry. I'm guessing now would be a bad time to tell you that one of the bosses made you turn against me. Considering switching jobs. I'm sorry. I would give it a while to think. I feel like my bosses don't trust me anymore. I get that. I mean, Zeph feels like that every time something happens at his job. Oh, why am I handcuffed, Sunny? Why am I handcuffed? All my reports have to be approved before being sent out now. Is this because of the one thing you told me the other night that you thought was going on? Is it because of that? That's stupid if it is. It was a different thing last night. Ah. Well, I would give it a few days of mystery. Because I know rejection sensitive dysphoria can be a bitch. And we often don't see it. We'll talk about it later. I'm sorry. Well, I hope it goes well, at least. Yeah, best of luck, Mystery. I really, really hope it goes well for you, or at least gets better. I know I should eat, but I don't even want to now. I get that. It's same with PD, and I don't want to do that. I would wait it out a little bit, like, start looking, but don't seriously look, if that makes sense, Mystery. Otherwise, it'd be a demotion. Yeah, you don't want that. That way, you know, if something better happens to fall into your lap, then you will have that option. But I feel like I'm gonna have to disclose the autism, but I'm scared to do that. Personally, I wouldn't. If it were me, I would not. I would tell them it doesn't affect my ability to do my job, therefore it is, quite frankly, none of their business. Oh, thank God we got a sword. Like, I would say that in a much nicer, more professional way. It affects my communication, though. But does it, like, okay. Does them knowing in any way, shape, or form affect your ability to do your job? Because right now they don't know and you do your job fine. Does that make sense? Oh, I don't have a relic at all right now. I'm just in one of the, like, spots for me personally that I can't not disclose that I have a disability because of Sable. And her needing to be with me. I just need clear communication. Honestly, that sounds like they didn't communicate clearly enough. At the very least, I will say I don't recommend switching jobs until after baby Fox is here. Because that might affect parental leave, depending on where you would go, and I don't want to... Like... I don't want to say switch jobs and then that happen, if that makes sense. I'm just trying not to cry. I'm gonna go. If you need anything, Mystery, please let me know. We're here for you. Best mystery, can't do anything on my end, but you'll get through it. Just breathe, you'll make it. Yeah, we'll be here for you, mystery. Not much I can technically do where we're doing the Donothon, but if I had the extra money so you could take a couple days off work, I would. That was quick. Here's the blueprint. I'm just waiting for Tanner so we can do the horse girl game. I know Tanner wanted to see it really badly. So I promise I'm not just forgetting that we have to do Umasume or whatever it's called. Oh, that's something. Better go study some work. Good luck. Thank you. Have fun studying. Hopefully it goes well for you. Stone mine is run out of stone. Put those. We've got that, so we can redo Morg's follower form. Okay, we need some more bricks. What's about the refinery? I know we still need more refinery. More gold and more bricks. Okay. Let's make some food and then we'll get going. There we go. Yeah, that's not. Why is everything here so expensive? Lumberyards ran out of lumber. Do. Those. We're gonna name this one after Oni before I go AFK for a second. I've been naming these after you guys as you come in. No, you're just gonna fall on the floor and bed rest. Uh, Okay, so I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Sable got her tag stuck on the vent again. F. There we go. Assign that to Oni. Why are y'all just sleeping on the ground? Wait, I reached old age. I'm dead. But I'm dead. Oh. Well. Darn. My food! My resources! Oh no. I don't know why that one doesn't work. Alright, let's go do the fight pit for Mystery and Mabray. Alright, Mystery's gonna get Mabray. I just know it. Mystery keeps losing in the fight pit. Get a sermon in while they're all here. To the janitor station. Oh, that's on cooldown. That's okay. Now that I know it's not anything super weird. What? Oh, because y'all The ritual. Alright, after I do this Divine Inspiration, I'm gonna go ahead and switch games. Just because I don't know when Tanner's gonna be here. I don't want to stream super late tonight. Alright, let's start on the horse girl game. End session for crowd control. Is it not showing it for you guys?
馬娘。彼女たちは走るために生まれてきた。時に数奇で。
I don't know how to play this. I've never played it before. I'm assuming this is a tutorial. I don't know why you guys wanted me to play this. I really don't know why you guys want me to play this. There you go. There you go, so you can see better. Alright, I don't understand any of this. This is like anime horse girl. Huh? Eh? So, like, I play gacha games. I do. I play Wooba, I play Genshin. I don't play them on stream. But multiple people have asked me to play this on stream. This is gonna be stuck in my head all night, chat. I just want you to know. It's just horse girl dancing. All I know about this game is that there's a horse that's never won a race IRL. And they made the thing, like the character based off of her, equally bad. And there is like people who dedicate themselves to winning with her. Which, that would be like somebody, at least to me, using Dia from Genshin to clear Spiral Abyss on every floor. I am not very impressed with this so far. Sorry, chat. Mama Lunar was messaging me. Okay, this girl already is on my nerves.
私はこの学園の理事長秋川だ。よろしく。まずはぜひ君のことを教えてほしい。歓迎。トレーナー、君はこれ。はい。担当馬娘と共に彼女たちの夢を叶え、学園の馬娘たちが志しているのは。君はトレーナーとして担当馬娘を教え。
Oh wait, so I'm just automatically.
トレーナーバッジに恥じない働きを期待しているぞ。では早速実践。まずは二人三脚で歩むことになる担当馬娘。担当する馬娘のことを育成馬娘と呼びます。育成馬娘を入手していないと馬娘を育成。このガチャでは育成馬娘と出会うことができますよ。ではプリティダービーガチャを引いてみましょう。
Hello, welcome in. Oh god, I just realized I'm behind chat, but that's fine. I just don't want to block this side of the screen for y'all. Girl, she my goat. I don't know anything about this game. This was the Donothon goal.
サポートカードガチャについても説
Support
明
card
します。ガチャ
scouting.
を切り替えてみ
Get
ま
rid
しょ
of
う。
the relevant scout.
こちらのサポートカードガチャからは
Cards.
サポートカードを入手できます。
I just know multiple people have asked me to play this, so I put it as a goal, and they did. That screen is completely unnecessary to see for gameplay. That's what I figured. My downside is that's where my chat box is, so chat box is going to be covering my model. Actually, unless... There we go. That should be better. Now y'all aren't suffocating me. Couple buttons. The game's a mobile game, so it's pretty small. I noticed that when I was installing it. I was like, that is a really small game.
サポートカードとは担当ウマ娘の
Used to assist your trainees in career,
サポートカードを
collecting a deck, through the aid of others around to help with your trainee. It will help your trainee along. Counting some support cards. Mobile special download inside the game too. Ooh. All I know about it is this one. There's one horse girl that's supposed to be like really bad. Oh, Haru or Ara. The real one was. I looked up which one I was talking about. Ran from 1998 to 2004 despite her winless career. Because that's all I know about this game is that she's in it and that people are weirdly obsessed with her on a subreddit. In Turf Tracks, she's pretty solid. That's fair. I still have no clue about the game. I play horror games, not... Everyday life with your trainee. Home screen. Yeah, you can access very rare, so she doesn't really get to shine much. That's also fair. Getting a career playthrough for any of your trainees here. Horror games are goated, to be honest. I love playing DBD. Like, that is my main game. Lately, I used to stream a lot of Faz. I know I have Alien Isolation as a goal. Gambling and Addict and me loves gacha games. Yeah, Genshin's got its hold on me. Thankfully free to play. DBD is a horrid hellscape of a game. You are not wrong. Not in the least. Safe to say I have my 2.5k hours. Oh my god, if I ever get to that high of hours, I'm just uninstalling the game. I love DBD, but I love to hate it. I am a Sable main through and through. That's a lot of words. Rain. Playing less in recent time just because the game's gotten so much worse. Same, but not because of that. I am having Wi-Fi issues where I keep pinging out of matches. So I've been trying to get that fixed before I go back to playing it on stream. Daiwa. What if I don't want to do her yet? Quite glad the fuck-ass changes from the last... Same. I got to play the PTB, at least before my internet issue started, and I hated it. The new killer freaks the hell out of me, though, because I don't do well with gore. And seeing that on her screen, like when on our idle animation scared the shit out of me. Three goddesses statue. What is this, Legend of Zelda?
三女神様の像についてはご存知ですか？三女神様、馬娘たちの始祖という言い伝えも、馬娘たちを常に見守り、伝統的にトレセン学園の生徒たちはこの女神像、夢のために走り抜けた奇跡、その中で描いた思いを像に託し、これから走り始める子たちは
I just come here to inherit this
その思いを
ambition.
受け取り、馬娘たちの間で連綿と紡がれ、育成馬娘へ思いを託してくれる馬娘のこと、育成を完了して殿堂入り馬、継承馬娘を選ん、継承馬娘の持つ
That sparks of inspiration.
継承元として選んでも馬娘がいる。
I wouldn't say I'm color main, but I just don't like believe in punishing people for choosing to play a certain way. Playing correctly, whatever that may be. See, I am the Sable main who gen rushes and rarely saves anybody else. But I also get left on hook a lot, so for me it's kind of an every person for themselves situation. And with killers, I don't tunnel and I don't slug, but that's just because I'm too scatterbrained to do any of that. I will lose somebody on the ground, and I will see another survivor and go chase them instead mid-chase. I know that's not how you're supposed to play, but it's how I have fun playing. Therefore, I don't give a fuck. Simple 100k or so BP if you didn't tunnel would be probably most sufficient to solve it. That is fair. The killer mains are very BP motivated. But if anything, a little more likely for something nice to happen. When you're making arrangements in the future. Various benefits. Hi, Banana. Oh. Woo, I mean, oh. Horse game. I for sure tunnel in most games. Yeah, and that's fair, as long as you're not, like, ruining someone else's experience, that's fine. I don't care. When I get tunneled out, I'm like, oh, well, shit, that happened. Definitely don't play this. I have never played it before in my life, Banana. I am in the tutorial. Music is good. I'm just... the whole premise throws me off. Because it is what I'd say if I played this. Never played this, of course. Banana, it's okay. We know you've played this. Do I miss the quality of life improvements? And it's the annoying one again. All I know is this: the girl in blue is on my final nerve already. Is they launched on the exact state JP had day one and didn't sneak in some quality of life like most games tend to? Dang.
さあカズナ忙しくなるぞ早速この大ニュースを伝える記者会見の準備だ
Digital press meeting, the world must know of this. Do they have to? Trying to think of a character that'll be close to your model. Don't worry, we'll only see her in every single career you play. Oh my god.
承知しました手配します
Understood, leave it to me. Ah! Stage point with you and your trainee story unfolds.
URA ファイナルズ
Ah. Bye, boys. You'd probably like Silent Sukusa. I don't know. We'll find out. I mean, she's cute. Like, I like her design.
力がみなぎってくる
Speed went up by 5, stamina up by 5. Stamina... Oh, power went up by 10. Ophi, can you please get out of my way? Thank you. Guts went up by 10. Wit went up by 5. Dirt aptitude went up. Sprint. Long. My cat is standing in front of my monitor again. Ophi, ma'am, I'm gonna need you off my desk so I can do this. 2 turns to make the goal.
ウマ娘にはそれぞれ異なった目標があります今回はこの目標を達成しましょう
Top 1 horses to exist for sure.
こちらは育成を進め
Means
て
that
い
you
く上でのコマンド
progress through the career.
コマンドを一つ実行する
Consumes
と
a turn.
トレ
Training.
トレのトレーニングの種類ですそれぞれ試しにスピードを選んでみてなさい
Down by 18.
順調にトレーニングできているようだなあ理事様子を見に来たのだが感心立派に馬娘はいこの調子で
Ophi, ma'am, can I
どんどん成
please
長させてあげましょう
get things done? Sorry, y'all. My giant wood is on my lap. Ow. Ow. That's my shoulder, ma'am. Claw out of my shoulder. I wish I was still a face cam streamer for the sole fact of how she's sitting right now. Ophi, I set you down and you... Oh. I'm sorry, my cat. I love how the tutorial more or less teaches bad habits.
ごめんなさい
Doesn't that happen in any gacha game, though? Ophi, get up here. Not on my desk. I swear, she disappears for 30 minutes and then she comes back way more clingy. Oh, there we go. Now the cat's done.
はい
Ophi, please do not get back on my desk right now.
ありがとうございます
Ophi,
さい。
There we go. I need to check something real quick. Okay, Mr. Lunar should be home soon then.
次に育成馬娘
Playing about energy,
ご説明いたしますね。まずは先ほどと同じくこちらの
training,
失敗率にご注目
take note of the failure rate.
残り体力が少ないほどトレーニングに失敗すると能力ややる気が下がってしまう。では一度戻って体力が減っている時にあら
Oh, 50 energy recovered. Hell yeah.
さあうむ贈呈
Skills.
まずこちらの次に覚えるスキルを選んでください。今回はこちらのスキルを習得。スキルはレースに勝つための大切な要素です。同意。手に入れたスキルポぜひ。
If I hear wasted potential one more time, I might switch back to Cult of the Lamb.
これで準備は整いました。出走できるレースがある場合、今回はこちら。
Alright. Let's see.
Yes. 私が一番。
This is like if
ここはパド
anime, K-pop, and horse racing
出走前の馬娘
had a love
が
child.
登場しファンに向けてアピールをしていますね。注目。パドックでは詳しくはお任せください。パドックではレースに出走する馬
Got some
娘
popularity.
人気なまずは予想印について説明しますね。印は二重丸、丸、黒三角、白三角の順で
Close to
三つの
hide
印
us.
が専門家たちの予想を示し、人気はファンの方たちみんなの予想になります。
For predictions, while popularity represented a fan
能力
opinion.
が高ければ高いほど期待が集まり、馬娘もちろん必ず勝てるというわけではありませんが、またパドックでは馬娘の作戦は馬娘。これで準備は整いました。さあ。 行くわよ。晴れ渡る空の下行われる京都レース場芝2000メイクデビュー9人の馬娘たちが挑みます。3番人気には7番2番人気を紹介しましょう。5番さあ今日の主役はこの馬娘を置いて他にいない。 1番人気が
She just looks like a princess.
十分いい顔してますね。
ゲートイン完了。
Like the bratty type from webtoons.
スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは5番8番ガイバスターレット。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ガイバスターレット。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。さあ花に立つのは8番。このままリードすることができるか。先頭から
Can I just reach out and trip her?
2番手は5番1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう8番快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭は8番単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはガイバスターレット。少し後ろから5番内から4番ここまでが先頭集団。先頭は変わらず8番続きました。ガイバスターレット3番手5番少し離れて4番大きく離れて9番そしてその内から行ったのは2番向こう上面に入って先頭から新までおよそ12馬身。
Can I just trip her, please? They've all got long hair. It would not be hard to just yoink.
この展開。
馬場状態を確認しながら走っている感じですね。まだ本気ではないですよ。
第4コーナーカーブ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
5番ここで抜け出した。互いに足を止めている展開。このまま直線での争いになるのか。栄光まで400
I don't feel like
コーナー。
she's gonna lose.
先頭2人の競り合いだ。抜け出したのは5番だが後続も追いすがる。残り200。5番苦しいけど粘っている。5番まだリードをキープしています。私が1番。ダイワスカーレット抜け出した。強い強い。先頭は変わらずダイワスカーレット。後ろを突き放してダイワスカーレットゴール板を駆け抜けた。これは見事な走り。
I'm not a huge fan of this game so far.
ダイワスカーレット見事な勝利だ。2着は5番。ちゃんと見てたでしょうね。私の走り。
Hi, Mystery. I'm playing the Horse Girl game now.
頑張ったウマ娘のレース後、本来ウイニングライブが行われるのです。
I think I know my bosses may be upset and I kind of get it. I can't tell if it's good or bad. I'm hoping that means it's good. Like, you don't feel as upset as before.
見事。
It's a word choice thing in an incident report. That's fair. Oh no, I'm still upset. I'm sorry.
頑張ってください。育成お疲れ様でした。スキルポイントが残って育成はこれにて終了。なお研修は短かったですが、担当ウマ娘との日々は大切。育成完了したウマ娘は最高ランクを。育成が完了したウマ娘は継承ウマ娘として選ぶことで。
I need to get out of my own head. That's fair. I tell Zeph that all the time.
一応俺言っておくわ。どうも。
He kinda knows I'm autistic and have anxiety. Yeah, but yeah, that's why I say that with Zeph a lot. His boss doesn't quite know, but the anxiety is evident.
I ボタンから。さて、これからは担当ウマ娘と二人三脚トゥインクルシリーズのレースに挑戦。トレーナーさんとウマ娘。
Yes, I completely skipped what she was saying because... Ah.
育成ウマ娘やサポートカードの強化。育成手に入れたウマ娘やサポートカードを。なお強化素材はオン。殿堂入りしたウマ娘たちはデイリーレースではマニーやサポ
Using
ート
support
ポイン
points
トが獲得できます。
knows without knowing, if that makes sense. That does make sense. It's like, I can clock it for some people. Without knowing.
回数には限りがあるので、毎日忘れ殿堂入りウマ娘たちでチームを結成。
Find out for sure tomorrow what it was. Hopefully.
チーム競技場では、では早速。
Distances and tracks.
ウマ娘たちの適性に合わせて
Hold him without actually telling him.
なお、より良い殿堂入りウマ娘
Use your team rank.
チームランクをどんどん。ダイワスカーレット育 くわよ。
Hi, Suni.
今後も様々なレースが用意されると思いますので、積極的
Why
に
you crying?
行きましょう。馬娘を育成した後はレース育成してレース出走のな
Everything. I'm sorry.
来た今だ。これが今日のログインボーナスね。少し眠いけどきちんと宿題もしとかなきゃ。勉強だって妥協したくないもの。
Da da da.
歓迎期待担当。そこで今後の指針なおにしポケットマネーで精進達成確認を忘れずにな。タキオンさんって優しいわよね。美味しい茶葉も分けてくれるし、お役立ちグッズもくれるし。
I have no clue what to do now.
今朝のテレビ占い達成確認を忘れずにな。あらそれおめでとうございます。名鑑レベル
I don't know if this is good. Squeeze the boobas, that's what you do. I can't squeeze them.
どうせなら一緒に大波乱。
Oh, we got a 3-star. Okay, so how many? Apparently it won't let me either. It showed up. Yeah, it's right there.
おめでとうございます。名鑑レベルが
Well, there I got a gold ship. This is a scout card. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I really don't. Alright, and this is the last one I'm doing real quick. That's a mood. Hang on, I'm gonna move myself back over. Eh. There we go. I don't know if it's the right spot, but that's what we're doing. Imagine that being like something you heard, them talking shit about you as you're running. Good for you, girly pop. I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna stay up here. But like, imagine them talking shit about you as you're running. I would be like, alright, nope, fuck you, I'm going home. I feel like she did not. I feel like she fell face first. We're going back to that layout. This is the ear twitch. I don't want to take your hand. Okay, I gotta finish this bit quickly. Zeph needs a ride home. His car's acting up. Need this to hurry. Please be the end of that episode. Cool. I gotta go pick up Zeph from work. Alright. We gotta raid out. I'm probably gonna raid out some more real quick because you guys can see my screen and that's not good. There you go. Pop me back over here. I'm trying to fix that real quick. And it's just chatting. Turn that off. There's my raid message if you guys don't have my emotes. And for those of us who do, there's a new emote. I'm so excited for it. God, why is that? And that's the new one. So we're gonna set up a quick raid to morgue because I need to scoot. Alright. I do mod for morgue, so behave. I will be there somewhat shortly. Alright, good night, guys. Take care of yourselves. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Please take care of yourselves. Even if this is the first time you've been here, we will come back tomorrow at 5 p.m. EST with 15 hours, 13 minutes left on our Donothon timer, and $100 left in goals. But anyways, I appreciate you guys. Have a good night. I hope things get better for y'all. And if somebody says you're too much, fuck them, go tell them to find less. Because you all deserve love and happiness. But good night, guys. Bye.